My name's Shoppy Jones, let me show you what I know. Got the holes in my clothes and the rhymes no one knows. Playing games, building bots, fixing cars, smoking pot, giving all that I got. And I'm rising to the top. On Twitch is where I stream when I'm doing all the things. Shooting fool, clown fools. And I'm bending all the rules. Make a place that's my own while I'm sitting on my throne. Poking fun, having laughs with the people in my chat. I got dick in the tools, 3D printer with the spools. Got the draw and the phone as a rig while to run our own. While you're there, grab a chair, get relaxed and prepare for the burdens that I bear and the knowledge that I share. The stream's about to start and we're soaring off the chart. In a small town dive bar where the neon lights glow, we're shooting pool, playing high stakes, feeling that flow. Cue balls cracking, breaking the silence of the room. Got that fire in our eyes, ready to seal our face soon. Rolling up the good stuff, sparking up the green, passing around the peace pipe, living like rebels of the scene. The smoke fills the air, taking us to a higher place, leaving behind the troubles, we're in our own secret space. Bonfires blazing, painting shadows on the gravel floor. Crackling heat warms our souls as the night begins to pour. We're fixing cars on the moonlight with wrenches in our hands, working till they run like beasts, nothing we can't withstand. Sipping on a cold drink, shooting pool all night. Bonfires blazing, the mood feeling right. Flashing lights, the DJ playing the beat. We're the kings and queens of the summer heat. Fueled by passion, we building robots with flair. Piece by piece, creating dreams in the air. Building bridges with circuitry and steel. We're the innovators, making future real. Fixing cars with our hands, sweat on our brow. Revving engines, making them roar right now. From chrome to paint, we make them shine like new. We're the mechanics with skills that are true.
Shooting pool, we got the cue. Bonfires burning, feeling so true. Fireside chats, vibes in the air. We keep it rolling, we don't have a care. Building robots, making dreams come alive. Fixing cars, we get it in overdrive. Getting stoned, feeling the groove.
Welcome back. We are inside of the head. That's where we are right now. So far, I got had a couple of issues when I went into the slicer, and these walls seemed a little bit thin. So this right here, if we turn this on and segment it, it's only almost 2 millimeters. I like them to be about 2 millimeters. So kind of noticed that when I dropped in the slicer, and that's you can see that's the point right there from the outside of the skull to the inside of the skull. I don't want it too thick. This is going to be the actual housing. This is going to be the wall thickness of how thick the face is going to be. And I don't want it like, I don't want it 150 millimeters wide. I only want it a couple of millimeters, but millimeter and a half isn't really super strong, um, especially over the span, how far that is. Let's take a look here. So I spent some time on it yesterday. Added in some ears. Um, these are probably just going to get bolted straight to the face mechanism, right? So here's the face housing, and then the solid part here is the ears. So those are probably just going to have holes right here, and I'll bolt that on with some screws. The biggest problem that I was having the other day was, let me turn off the ears as soon as I find them over here. Front sculpt 01. This is ears. Turn those off. Nope, that's not the ears. That's the sculpts. Okay, it's the rear sculpt. This is ears. Turn the ears off. So effectively what I was doing was looking at the slice, and it was showing me these thin spots in comparison to these thicker spots. So I kind of want them all about the same thickness on the inside. So basically all of this about here is all going to have to come inwards just on the sides. And I still got the mirror modifier, so everything that I do to this side is effectively going to take place on the other side as well. So I haven't applied that yet. Um, but I did break it out and throw it into Cura last night just to see how bad it was. But realistically, not that bad. Not that bad at all. So I'm really happy with that. Um, what I'm not happy with is the print time is going to be almost 2 days just for the face, just for the spots that's all dots like this, not the jaw. Where's the jaw at? Shut the jaw and shut off the brackets. Okay, so just for this section is going to be a 2-day print. Hopefully nothing fails, because that'll really suck. So I'm gonna try to get started on that. Hopefully today I'll have this far enough along to whereas I'll be happy with it, and then we can start the print tonight, and it should be done by the weekend, which will give me a little bit of time. Whoops, that's wrong axis. Wrong axis. There we go. That'll give me a little bit of time to get it printed. And then it'll give me the weekend to be able to get some spray paint. I'm gonna need primer, and then once I have primer, then I can get it in primer, and then we can start the detail print or the detailed painting of everything. So I kind of like where that's at right there. So I just got to kind of go through, take all of these sections here that are inside, move them in just a touch. I just want it a little bit thicker for the wall, the outside wall on this outer edge, because I am going to be bolting the ears onto it, and they're not going to be super heavy, but they're going to be heavy enough to whereas I want this to be solid. I definitely want some rigidity to it. So we'll just kind of straighten all this out. Doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be anything specific. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't have to be perfect, perfect distances all the way through. It just has to be a little bit more uniform. Um, and then down here looked pretty good. This section here, right at the bend, this section here, not that section, this section. This section? I think it was this section, this section, this section. So this one, that one, this one, and that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, these one, this one, and these few. Now, you don't want to be seeing things like this, because that means that we're causing a problem. We don't want to cause more problems than we already have. We already got plenty enough problems. So maybe what we'll do is pull these out. Pull these out on the X just a little bit. Just a touch. Move this one. Edge slide that one up a bit and find out where that one's at. There it is. Bring that one in. So we don't want too many funky angles in here, and I've already got quite a few. So inside this wall, I can't see right this second, is going to be an issue as well. So I believe this gets pretty thin right here. So if I can slide inside of this wall, should be able to see. There we go. Whoops. Inside the wall, thank you. So we can kind of see what's going on in here as far as what the wall thickness is going to be. Like I said, we don't want it being way too jank. Whoops. There. Work with me, camera. Thank you. And yeah, that's the tedious part of all of this is working inside the walls like this, because you can rotate a little bit, but as soon as you rotate too much, you end up having a funky angle and you don't know exactly what you're looking at. Like this one here, that got moved in. That shouldn't have gotten moved. Kind of want to have that lined up a little bit. One side and see where that's at. Bring it back out. There we go. Now it matches up with the rest of it, so it's not going to look wrong. Yeah, the biggest thing that I was working on the other day was this right here. This cutout. This cutout here. We can hide these. We don't need to see those anymore. But these cutouts right here were effectively where my brain just hit a wall. Because I do need to have these. This hole up top. We go back into this mode here. This hole here is actually going to allow for the upper eyes. Now the upper eyes, there's where the front servo is. If I can get in there. It's gonna let me in there. Might not. Oh, and going through the bottom. So where the front servo is, right here, it needs room to rock forwards and backwards. And that's the up-down movement of the eyeballs. So that's required there. So I had to make sure that I had to cut that out and allow plenty of space for that to move up and down. And it has the 3 wires that come off the front, which is just a small ribbon cable, but it still has to be accounted for. After that, the next thing that I had to figure out was how it was going to bolt up. So it's got the hole here. The other hole on this plate is underneath here. Well, actually, it's underneath here, this section here. And how it's going to bolt together was another thing that I kind of had to to scratch my brain on while I was trying to do that on stream. That wasn't happening. The jaw assembly has been modified slightly. Um, I'm going to have a bolt hole here, which, as you can see, there's no bolt hole up here, but I'm going to drill that through. I might reprint the base of this. I do have to remodify this one. This has got holes and whatnot in it. Like you can see the hole here. That's got to get filled in. Um, but that's going to allow for the lower servo to then attach to the jaw arm, which is then going to attach to the jaw itself. And as you can see, I've gone through and I've done the same thing with this. It's pretty thick, but it's hollow. Okay, so it's not going to be a solid piece of plastic that deep. It, the wall thickness is about that all the way through. I did leave this section in here and built on a bracket with a hole, so then I can put a pin or a screw through here to grab onto that. Now this arm here, that might change. Um, as a matter of fact, it probably will change the design of that once I get the jaw and the face printed and bolted together, which I also made bolt holes here so a bolt can recess into the jaw so it won't be as noticeable. And that hole is going to go straight through into the faceplate over here. You can kind of see the hole there. So it's going to pass through and it's going to go in here. So that'll connect the jaw to the actual faceplate. So it's just going to act as two things. It's going to be a connection point and it's going to be a pivot. So those got to be pretty centered with where I want the pivot to be. And then once I get the pivot all set up and all that stuff, you can see here the lower jaw servo kind of matched up with where the arm is that I just kind of winged in there. Um, but that's going to be modified and changed and everything else, and it looks like it had a smoothing effect applied to it. Object, shade, flat. Nope, something there went funky. Why? There we go. Now it looks a little bit better, but either which way, yeah, that's kind of where it's at. Like I said, this was the biggest set that needed to get figured out was the wall thicknesses, and as you can see, this plate that goes all the way across here. Now this section here is going to be solid from front to back. Everything else is going to be hollowed out, and then just the face is going to be that wall thickness through and through. So hopefully, with a little bit of tweaking and moving, we should be able to get this pretty good. Be able to send it to the printer. So that's kind of today's objective is get this thing done so I can get it on the printer. It is going to be a 2-day print, which is going to be a really long print time for me. It'll be one of the longest prints that I've ever done. But it's definitely going to be worth it when it's all said and done. But in the meantime, it's kind of one of those things where you just got to kind of go through and can't get inside this wall right quick. Yeah, we can. There we go. So this whole section here, needs to get moved up As you can see that this wall thickness is really thin. Like I could take a measurement here. Okay, it would help if I had a measurement of where I'm actually working with. Straight across from it would be bird. That to that, segment that. Yeah, we're at 1.5 there. So if I could take that out just a touch, I'll be feeling a little bit better about that. I don't want any brittle spots is the biggest thing. With as much support as this thing is going to require, support, it's supposed to be easy snap away, easy breakaway, real easy to work with. I've never experienced that. It's always been a nightmare. And every time that I go to mess with it, it breaks things. Like I broke the servo mount the last time that I tore things apart. So take all these, jank it up a bit, undo that, deselect that. Now we'll take it up a bit, take it up to about 2 millimeters is probably a good spot. You know, it doesn't have to be super thick. It's just something more than a millimeter. 1 millimeter isn't much. Millimeter and a half isn't much. Normally I like to be around the 4 or 5 millimeter mark, but with this design it's a little bit harder to accomplish. Whoops, fell out of it. And that's the other trick to it, is trying not to fall out of it. Take that up a bit. There we go. Realistically, I could probably move that up just a touch bit more, but we're going to leave it. Like I said, 2 millimeters is pretty good. Just for the wall thickness there, there is going to be quite a bit of material there, so it's not going to be... Alright, get out of it. There we go. It's just the thin spots that I'm really worried about. And realistically, judging by the back side of things here, I could take probably all of this. Bring it up a little bit. Bring it in just a touch. Scale on the Z. Then bring it up. Oh, that's looking a little bit better. Deselect all that. Select this one. Bring this up just a... Not you. Bring that up a touch. Up a touch. Those. Deselect that. All these. Bring those up a touch. Let's bring this up to about 3 millimeters there, which is pretty decent. But that's kind of what I've been doing, is just looking at everything that's in here and just kind of figuring out how much of it needs to slide in. Just minor modifications that need to be made before I send it over to the printer. So once it gets on the printer, it's too late. So everything that you want to have changed and modified and everything you want to be where it is needs to be is before you send it to the printer. Just bring that in a touch. Not a whole lot, just a little bit. Take a look at this, make sure that we got pretty adequate space here. I guess this one could probably go up a touch, but I don't know. Doesn't really need to, but we're going to anyways. Just to make sure that we're thick enough to where it's not gonna snap off in my hand when I start pulling supports. It's the biggest concern that I have. Inside of this doesn't matter. Inside of this you're never gonna see, especially once I get all the electronics and whatnot in it. It's not gonna mean anything. It's just gonna be there. So it can be, I'm just moving all the inside points to where they need to be. That can go as well. Just grab all these. That's all we're doing, just moving points around. G on the X. Give it some thickness on that corner. Where else are we thin? We're thin here. This. Grab that. That one, because that one didn't move with it. Normally it works better if you're in wireframe mode, but if I kick it into wireframe mode, you can't tell what the hell you're looking at half the time. So with this, I can see the walls that I'm moving. Probably gonna be pretty good there. Just like that one, move that one on its own. Pull it in, take a look, see where we're at. Okay, that one didn't get moved either, so we'll move that in. See what the thickness is on the other side. Like I said, it's a lot of finicky. A lot of finicky when it comes down to getting inside the walls. But worth it, because that I don't want to have to reprint this because it failed or broke or snapping pieces off, and definitely don't want to deal with that. So we'll just do a little bit of preventative maintenance, as it were. Good, looks pretty solid here. And like I said, I mirrored it so you can see that this dot here is the same as this dot over here. So everything that gets moved one side moves on the other side. And I guess this one, that one could probably come out just a touch, that whole row. Tune's fired up here in a second, but just kind of wanted to get started on what needs to be done before I get too sidetracked and the ADD takes over and says, haha, you thought you were going to do something today. Never mind, don't be productive. So you can see this is pretty thick up here. Take a measurement here. It's at 3 millimeters. I'm good with that. That's not terrible. Yeah, so that's that. And then the only other things I need to do is get into this section here. Let me inside. Let me inside. There we go. Now we're inside. Some of this looked a little bit thin on the slicer. So we're gonna kind of take a look and see what we're looking at, see how thin it actually is. And I believe it was up by the nose. I think it was this section here. This section, maybe the next section down. Yeah. That whole section there was looking a little bit thin. Okay, come on. Give me where I need to be. You. And I completely lost where I was. There we are. Bones. Basically that whole line right there. Alright, so I can kind of see from the inside of this, if I move the junk out of the way so I can see what the hell I'm doing. Hide this crap so I can see more. Kind of a thing here. So we can go there, there, there. Hey, what's going on there? That doesn't seem right. Oh no, that's right. There. there. Effectively, I should be able to bring all of this whole edge. I should be able to just edge slide, then just pull it back on the Y. Half millimeter, millimeter and a half. So I just move that whole interior edge. Get back to it. Not losing it. There it is. Pull that whole edge back. Almost a millimeter, which is good. Because that was looking mighty thin there. So, section here is definitely thin. That, drag that back a bit. And like I said, none of this has to be perfect. I'm just accounting for all thicknesses that need to be adjusted. That's it. You just take the dots and just move them. Move them around. Make it so it's a little bit thicker. I think I got most of dots I was worried about. Most of them, at least. Yeah. Once you get into the walls, it's a tight spot. Once you get into a tight spot, it can be difficult to work. Does something like that was not expected. Okay, that would be why. It's already in. The other section I was worried about was down by the nose. The nose was looking not so happy. It's looking a mighty bit thin down at the nose. Where's the nose at? Nose. That's my spot right there. That's looking quite a bit thin. All back. Better angle on it without getting completely confused and lost and disoriented. Whoops. Do I want all that? No, I don't. No, I don't. This is the section I want. Just this section here. That looks pretty thick. Which is good. This can get pulled back. That can get pulled back. I always fall out of it. And that gets irritating because there is really no good way of swooping it around. I'm inside. Can't slide through the wall backwards. That. Here we go. Okay, that was really weird. That was really weird. Did Ray go to shit? No. What happened here then? Literally sitting here talking for the last 30 minutes, and my headphones just decided they didn't want to work anymore. It just magically turned off, even though I'm talking into them, which makes zero sense. It's because we don't have any music going. That's what that is. Get some music going. I don't know. How does it look? It all looks like it's there. So apparently it's not completely dead yet. So that's good. I don't know. It might be taxing the system a bit with trying to model and stream at the same time, but why did it not? That was a long time ago that I did that. What in the world? Hmm. What happened here? Okay, that's what happened there. Kind of weird. Kind of weird. Thought I already widened all this. Maybe not. See? Work. That'll work. So yeah, just push and pull a little bit, get this kind of looking a little bit better. There is going to be a dimple there, which that's fine, I'm good with that. Kind of wraps around, so it'll give me a little bit of a marker for when I'm painting. The nose is the part that's really bothering me though. But of course, as you see, well, you can't see. It's fun. Take that up. Get real hard to see what we're doing. All looks pretty good. Kind of looking at the lines here, seeing that everything pretty good around the outside edge. Was really the only thing about it that's holding up the print really is that and this. Don't like this. Don't like that. But I don't really want to add in another edge. Oh, it's that. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's an issue. Gotta straighten that out before it becomes a problem. That's gonna be an issue. Interesting. That'll be alright. Kick it back in the wireframe right quick. Just kind of take a look, see what we're looking at, see what we're dealing with. Said the nose seemed like it was a bit thin. Some spots. Here, there. That looks decent. Doesn't look bad. This one here. This one can get scaled up a bit. Accommodate for some of that thinness. Rotate that on the Z a bit. Get it to match the angle a little bit. Better. Quite a bit better. Looks kind of thin. Terribly thin, but thin. Touch. Touch two. This one. That one. See what that one's at. 1.4. Yeah, see, that's a bit thin. Okay, it's not even changing, which is weird. Oh. That's about that. So there we go. There, now we got a kind of a reference point there. Drag some of this out of the way and more than thick enough there. That one. Everything else looks pretty thick. So it's gonna be pretty good here. We grab the dot that I want to grab. How about that? Let's grab that one instead. That one. That one. Yeah, a whole lot of dot moving. It's what we do. Get all this adjusted out a bit. It ain't gotta be perfect. It's just gotta be enough space to where it doesn't collapse when I go to rip out all the supports. Shouldn't be too bad. Kind of go through and straighten out some of these, and so it's not completely jank on the inside. Terrible. Could look better, but we're not going to spend that much time on it. Like I said, this is going to be a 2-day print, so we want to kind of get this going as soon as possible, honestly. You got to clean out the workbench just so I got enough space for everything. Probably going to be another trouble spot, isn't it? False. Yeah, that's going to be. Don't want to move too far in with all this. I don't want to interfere with this arm. Or this other arm. I didn't see the other arm there. But that one, realistically, that's not going to interfere with anything because it doesn't have this half. This front half isn't on the servo arm that I have. I only have a half arm on it. So that's not going to interfere with anything. But definitely don't want to interfere with the eyes. Doesn't look terrible. Look, it's got plenty of space here. Segment that. Yeah, we're almost 2 millimeters here. Oh, this ought to be just fine. There's not going to be a whole lot of weight on top of there. Kind of want that thinner on the top. I said this is 3 millimeters back here, so kind of want the top to be a little bit thinner, just because there's going to be a boatload of weight between this and this. I still got to build in the ears, so we got to kind of. I don't know if I'm going to sculpt these or what I'm going to do with these just yet, but not on that one. On this one, so I should be able to. I could probably sculpt this one, but that's going to be in a bit. Oh, I need to drill the holes too. Shit. Can't forget that. That's extremely important. I need servo bracket holes. There they are. But I want those. To come down through. Bada boom, bada bing. So those are the actual size of the holes. That's the actual size of the holes. That's not bigger than the holes. But it gives me a starting point. So we can take those, we can shift, duplicate, separate those out on their own. These are servo bracket. Through holes. We can go into editing those. I want to scale all of those, but not from there. Shit. Guess we could. Don't want to have to sit here and readjust all of those. Which I'm gonna have to. That's all there is to it. So we'll just leave. Work with this one. X-ray, so I can select everything all at once. we need to turn off the jar on, jar assembly. There we go. Now we can see what we're working with. Scale this up. Turn the face off. Oh yeah, that looks great. All I'm looking to do here is just make a hole that I'm able to put a screw up through, so I can screw it in without having to dismantle everything. So that's all we're doing there. So we'll duplicate this, and then we can go back up to 7. Move this on the X. How far are we? 98 negative? 98 is not enough. Then we just eyeball it because it doesn't have to be perfect. Get it pretty close though. Duplicate G and the Y. Whoops. Go. Pretty good there. All that. Looking pretty good. So I like that. So that's that. I can turn the, no, not the reference. I want the front image. There we go. So effectively what's going to happen is that's going to drill through. I only want it to drill through the bottoms. So G on the Z. All it's going to do is it's just going to stick through here and allow me access to those holes that are going to be the bolt holes. All those are going to do is just allow access to these 4 bolt holes. That's it. Shouldn't be too bad. Try and move them up just a touch more. That'll be good. All right, we need to go here. Now, what this is doing is if I take front sculpt, mirror object, Boolean, let's add another modifier, add a modifier, and add a Boolean modifier, which always goes to the very, very bottom. Then I need through hole, so select this. We can say, there's your through holes. We'll say difference. I can turn that off. What you'll see is now there's a hole through there, right? So there's a hole through there. So once I apply that, we'll go to apply that. Now there's a hole there. But realistically, that might not have worked. Oh no, I did. So I can take this whole circle here. And I can fill it with this whole circle down here. Right? So there we go. There's the circles. I fill those, and it doesn't do it right. So that didn't work. Alright, so what happened here? Why did that not seal those holes? That should have solved that. Whatever, we're gonna save that right quick. About 3 minutes and we're gonna hit ads again. So I am gonna take a minute, stand up, stretch, hit the bathroom, come back and readjust my eyeballs for all this. That's weird. Need to have that going. Shut that off. Then we'll have to come back and figure out why it worked on this one beautifully, but it's not working on this one. And I think it's because this one's not solid. I would have to actually manually make this solid. Because yeah, you can see it over here too. It's not all the way through here. Oh no, it is. It is all the way through there. That's weird. Wonder why it's not solid there. Because you can come inside here. We get inside the wall here, and you can see that it didn't solidify it. There's no circle in here. And I don't know if it's because these are coming through, but I mean, regardless, we can apply this. We can apply this. Okay, we're in ads, so we're gonna go burp. And then we're gonna turn off my cam. And then we're gonna turn off the mic. Alright, we back. Alright, so what we can do with this is, because this is already solidified, kind of, what we can do is we can apply, we are in object mode. You gotta be in object mode, that's the other thing up here, object mode. You can't apply this in, well, you can apply it in edit mode, but it doesn't do you damn like a good, because you still gotta go back through and apply it in object mode. Now what can happen here is, now that we're here, we can turn off these ones. What I can do is I can get on the inside. Seeing as we're still mirrored, get inside. Thank you. Seeing as we're still mirrored, I can take, yeah, I gotta be able to get inside is the problem. Turn off the jaw, turn off everything that I'm not looking at right this second. Okay, why are we being an asshole? There we go. Thank you. Quit being an asshole. I'm gonna want to go here and here, here and here. Fill that. Fill that. Fill that. We'll just go through and we'll connect all of the dots. Fill this in manually. Just kind of a pain, but at least I know it'll be solid and there won't be any issues. Well, hopefully, but it should be just fine. We'll just have to do this with the front one and the back one, and it'll mirror from side to side. And then eventually I'll go through and apply the mirror modifier, and that'll make everything all solid again. Well, it'll make it independent, so it's not doing it on both sides anymore. I'll worry about that in a moment. And I think actually I needed to apply the mirror modifier before I applied this, and then it probably would have worked fine, but whatever. More than one way to skin a cat. Alright, we're gonna need to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Go 1, 2, well, we can go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. So that's, everything is solidified now. Maybe, hopefully. look like there was a seam there. And the other thing that we can do is we can, I don't like how that is. What is that doing? Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like how that came out. I don't like how that worked. So we're gonna go. Okay, it doesn't let me go back far enough. So that sucks. So undo history. Redo. Shift Control Z is redo. Shift Control Z. So effectively, that should work. I don't see why it wouldn't. I don't see why it wouldn't. It just sucks because it's picking up a couple of extra vertices. Doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense, but so there's an extra vertice here. Only on the one side. That's not right. That's alright. We'll just do it how we did it. We go to this one, this one, this one, this one. Alright. Gonna look a little funky from this perspective, but once we go back into uh, the normal viewport where it's not edit mode, it should look just fine. Looks like my bitrate's all over the friggin' map too. 730. So I could have done it like that as well, right? So I could take this and this, merge those at the last, take this space right out. Here, 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 and here. Here, 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 here. There we go. Still gonna do the same thing. Still gonna be the same hole. Do that too. Merge that at last. So effectively that should have happened on both sides, and it did. So we go back. You can see that it's an actual hole straight through, and that'll keep that solid. That's all I'm worried about. More than one way to skin a cat. That's just a longer method. There's an easier method. If you turn this off and turn on the servo bracket holes and the jaw assembly, right? So now on the jaw assembly, you can see the original holes that he had back here. And I'm going to add in these 4 posts here, right? So if I turn off the holes, you can see that they're punched straight through. And that's the same way you just modify it, just add a mirror modifier and then use whatever you're looking to do. So I can remove that. Did I already apply this? I might have already applied that. No, I didn't, because you go into edit mode and it's not there anymore, right? So over here it disappeared off of the list. If I come back, it's not on the list, but it's showing that it's there. Oh, what did I turn off? I don't even know what I turned off then. Or what modifier I turned off. Um, oh, oh, uh-oh. Undo, 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 undo. Hmm. Ah, that's why. That's what I removed. So on this one, We need to go with the jaw bolt hole. Which one is that? That's the one. We'll select that one. Now I should be able to hide that bolt hole there. It should show it there, which it does, but it doesn't show it here, which means it didn't get applied here. So we need to apply that. We're in object mode, we're here. We need to apply this. And then we're back. So we're back to the here you gotta fill it in yourself kind of thing. So we're gonna have to fill that one in manually as well. Yeah, we're gonna have to fill that one in as well. Just because there's a void here. So we can do that. We can go through, we can go object, we can go, whoops, we can go apply. Merge those at last. Merge those at last. Merge those at the last. Merge that at the last. That at the last. Merge that at the last. Oops, that one needed to be at the first. The other one might have needed to be at the first as well. Yeah, let's merge at first. Now we can merge that at last. And that'll keep our whole circular. Should. Nope, it's not going to because I threw that one off. Yeah, it'll be good enough. We're just shoving a bolt through it, so it doesn't matter. Fill that. Fill that. I could also go through and dissolve this vertice because that is part of. Yeah, we can do that too. That'll work. Double check and make sure that I didn't accidentally grabbed something that was not visible. Shit, now we got a serious problem. I don't know when that came into effect. That's not good. That sucks. That's gonna be a problem. Where is that at? Okay, we'll fix that. I found that when I did. That could have caused a serious problem. Oh, that might have happened when I merged some things together a minute ago. That might have just been caused by my own design. Oh well. Fix that. Maybe. Got merged everything else, right? Everything else got somewhat merged, right? Those just joined in, so that's fine. The only problem with dissolving vertices is you can cause some serious problems. Then you don't even notice them. Come on, scroll through, thank you. The only thing I don't like about Blender is the, you can scroll all you want, but it seems as though, like, the closer you get to the face, trying to scroll into a face, inside a cavity like this, like, you sit there and scroll and scroll and scroll. And eventually you jump inside, and then you're way too far in, but that's alright. Gonna give it a quick once over from everything that I just did. Make sure everything is copacetic. Quick save. Turn these off. Tab this out. Make sure we're on this. Thinking we're about ready. Quite certain why there's a line there though. That's making a whole lot of sense. Oh, we can go to... Let's see here. What do we got? We got back in here. Select all. Go to mesh. We'll go to normals. And we will recalculate the outside and see if that doesn't do it. Nope, that didn't do it. It's weird that it's got that line there. Hmm. I don't know. Looks good to me. It's good enough for what it is. Alrighty. Tab out of that. Take a look. See what it's looking like. It's pretty good. So we can go over here. We can go... Before we go too far, we're going to save this. Files, save as... what are we going to call this? Spikehead prep. Apply that. And the best part of it is we delete, delete hierarchy, delete hierarchy. Want that. Delete, delete. File, save. File, export as STL. Spikehead prep Alrighty. So that exported, and now we can just do this, right? Set, grab my whole screen. Might actually grab my whole screen. That grabs my whole screen. Come over here. Go into here. Kick open Cura. See if we can't completely kill my PC right quick. Wop up. We'll bring in, open a file. Projects, where the hell is it? Octopi, 3D prints, red. Red eyes? No, we're not in there. Red head. There we go. Want to rotate this 90 degrees. Want to slice it. Preview. How you looking? Oh yeah. It's got the holes. Got these holes. Got the jaw holes. Why is it building a support wall there? Scroll down and see what that's about. Okay, so this is what I was talking about with the wall thickness being thin. Not terrible, but it is thin. It's going to be thin there. And the jaw is going to be attached to the jaw is going to be attached above that. And the thing is once we get up to that point, there's going to be a pretty thin wall right there. That section is going to be pretty thin. Let's go back into Blender and see exactly wireframe. We'll go show segment. That's about 2 millimeters there. I guess I could realistically be a bit thicker. From this one, one, this one, this one. I applied the mirror modifier already, so that doesn't work. I mean, there's a lot of solidity around this, so it's not going to be terrible. I mean, from here, it's almost 3 millimeters, so that ought to be just fine. It's just the whole weight of the jaw is going to be hanging off of it, so I should probably, yeah. I'd have to go back through. Um, all right, let's go back through. Let's go open the recent. Let's go to here. Don't save that. Three and a half's a bit better. Probably get a little bit more out of it. What's going on, Lightning? Oh yeah, I ain't doing nothing. I'm just moving dots around, hoping I don't screw things up. There, now we're 4.5 millimeters there. That makes me feel a bit better. That'll make me feel a little bit better about how that's going. Double check, make sure that we're good here. Make sure everything is good. It looks like it's good. It looks a lot better than what it did. 4.5 millimeters on that side wall. I'll feel better about that. Realistically, I should probably bring all of these in as well, just to give it a little bit more here. Ought to be plenty. Alrighty. Put back on normal view. Hide those. Feeling a bit better about that. It's looking a lot more rigid, a little bit thicker, a bit more better. I don't know why I got this one. About. I don't know. Ought to be good though. Got ads in about 5 minutes. What we're gonna do is we're gonna save this again. Let's say this is this. Before I go and screw everything up. Go to tabs. We're going to apply the mirror modifier. And we're going to go through, delete, 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 delete. Back through and save. Wonder how bad it would do if I shaded it smooth. Oh, it destroys it if I shade it smooth, doesn't it? Yep. Alright, so we go up here, we go file, we go export, STL, Bikehead prep, export, come back over to Cura, reload, slice again. There, now it looks a little bit better, eh? That looks quite a bit better now. That looks like it's got a little bit more thickness to it. And obviously the actual face gonna hold a lot of that weight. But that looks a lot better through and through. Look at everything that's going on here. So basically what I'm looking at here is the yellow is solid. The red is the external wall, and the exterior wall, which doesn't look like it even connects there. That's weird. That's weird. I might want to address that. Can I not square this on the back side, maybe? It's missing on both of them. Very back of the wall. Yep, that's what I didn't do. I didn't square that up on the back side. All right, let's that. All right, export it one more time. We should be ready to slice and send. Reload. Slice. That looks a lot better. Amazing what happens when you actually go through and wait a minute. That shouldn't be solid right there. Oh, that's not solid. That's just no, that's showing solid. Why is that showing solid all the way up till there? That should not be solid. Should not be yellow. This should be blue. Oh, that's the initial layer of it all, right? No, no, because it's orange. What in the hell happened here? Extruder is orange. Orange is infill. Top and bottom layer is yellow. The supports. That's the shell. Orange is infill. Top and bottom. Oh. Oh. It's all supports. It's all infill. Why is it showing that all as infill? That's why. It's not making any sense as to why it's doing that. I'm over here just talking to myself this whole fucking time. Hello, McFly. Um, so you can't hear me? Is it on? Is it on now? Ba-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-da. Um, so yeah, the red is yeah, I muted to sneeze and apparently I didn't turn it back on. So the red is basically this whole outside edge that's highlighted. So that's all the solid material that it's going to print. The yellow is the base layer that it's going to build up on. The blue is um the blue is the infill, and then the blue is the supports. The orange is the infill, and then the yellow is like your base layer. So like on the back side, you're gonna have yellow here, and then once it starts actually printing this, it's gonna be another yellow layer here. And then yeah, so it's gonna be one day and way too long and a long, long time of let's do all this shit. So it's yeah, I'm having fun so far. So it's gonna come out looking somewhat like this. So if I file, I save this, we go back to this one, and we make the minor modifications that I just made, which is this, this, this. Scale on the Y at 0. That flattens everything. I need to remove this, dissolve this edge. Okay, there we go. So we're back to where we were on the other one. Because I did have to make a couple of modifications from this one to the other one. So this one actually has all of the everything else. So yeah, she's gonna be nasty. I just hope that I have it done in time for Halloween. It's a lot. I still gotta. I mean, that's just this section. It's not the ears, it's not the arms, it's not the hands, it's not the body or the legs or the feet. And so far, the size of this, just this alone, I can literally wear that as a mask myself. So if I don't put any electronics in it, I have a Halloween outfit. I got a Halloween costume. Um, yeah, whatever. Filament's filament. Um, it's like a 2-day print just for this section right here. So if I turn off the ears and I turn off this stuff, just for this is going to be a 2-day print. Don't do that. Turn that off. That's a that's a 2-day print. So it's going to be, but I don't have the highest speed printer either. And Cura is often off by a very, very long time with how long it's actually going to take. I can see it being at least a day print, um, but a 2-day print, I don't see that happening. Um, it's not the fastest machine out there. I don't dial up my settings. I don't have it going really, really fast, but, but I do run it a little bit slower. But it makes for an all around better print and better, easier cleanup, and everything just comes out better all the way around. So, so that's that aspect of it. I still, once this gets printing, then I can start working on some other things. So I'm hoping to get this started. I might even get it started tonight. I got to clean off the workbench. I don't know if you can see the workbench. Let's see if we can. Yeah. So the workbench over there um, needs to go bye-bye. So all of this needs to get relocated to somewhere else so that I can put the 3D printer right where all that's sitting. So that's kind of how that's going right now, which is a bitch because that's a lot of shit over there. Have you seen it working, Matt? Have you seen that? Maybe I'll get off my ass and show you what this is all about. So, oh, and we got a fancy, got the fancy overhead now. Ooh, it's fancy. It's actually overhead. It's not on an angle. Whoops. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, its eyes flutter and all that. I painted the eyeballs. I'm going to reprint the eyeballs, the eyelids, this piece, this piece. The piece below it can stay because that's the dark blue. This piece, that's the light blue. Basically, everything that's light blue in this picture is going to get reprinted. Um, and then the eyeballs, once those seat on here, you can't get them back off. So in order to do the proper eyes with the line across here, I have to rebuild that whole assembly, which isn't really that big of a deal. Um, but it is another 12 hours worth of printing or so for, well, it's not going to be 12 hours. This whole mechanism was 12 hours plus the controller. I think I did all of that in 12 hours. So, and there's quite a bit to all that. Like this was a separate piece, this was separate, this was separate, separate, separate. You know what I mean? So, but I'm liking it so far. That's the manual controls. The manual controls are not going to mean a single thing. Um, well, I did it. I mean, if you look at it, you'll see, like, yeah, there's literally no ripple at all on any of it. It's silky smooth. I mean, this is where it really shows. I mean, that's just silky smooth on all of it. Just silky smooth. I mean, this is actually slippery because it's that smooth of a print. So yeah, I dial my settings back quite a bit. You can see it there, but you can't feel it. So it's right there, and you just can't feel it. But this thing will slide out of your hands. So yeah, this new filament that I'm using is awesome. Uh, the the ultimate controller is going to be this, and this is going to connect to Twitch and everything else. And come to find out, this is actually really good for controlling PWM for Cerberus, which is what this board is back here that I got mounted here. So I'm trying to keep all that into account for when I build the back side of the head. So then all this fits into the head, and then I got to figure out where I'm going to mount this honking bastard. I mean, it's not any bigger than the Arduino, so it's actually the exact same size as the Arduino, um, but it's still a big boy. You know, I mean, you're trying to cram that into a head, so it's that plus. So it's got some height to it. It's a little bit taller than the driver board, and then it's somehow it's got to get mounted in there. So then I've got access to the barrel jack as well. Um, but I might use the body for housing this and anything that doesn't need to be in the head. So anything outside of this that doesn't need to be in the head, the controller might even be able to come out of the head and go down into the body. Um, this will probably more than likely go into the body just because there's just gonna be more space to mount things. Um, but first things first, we got to get the things going. Which means I got to pull this mat up. I got to at least roll it up, get it out of the way, but it goes all the way up underneath my PC. This is actually clamped onto it, so I got to take this whole assembly here, the whole top-down assembly has to go. This has all got to find a new temporary home, and then I need to put the 3D printer here and get that rolling now that it's ready. Um, and I'm debating on whether or not I want to do that right this minute or find dinner because it's 8:30 and I did exactly what I wanted to accomplish today, which is get the head ready to print. And the head is now ready to print. Well, the face is. So if I can at least get the face ready to print, that's going to be the longest print out of all of it. I guarantee that's going to be the longest print out of all of it because it's got the most detail, it's the most intricate, and mainly because it took the longest. It's going to take, that was the longest part of the drawing aspect. I should be able to wrap up the rest of the drawing within the next week or two. Um, and that's being set back with all kinds of whatever dumb stuff. So, but either which way, I can't can't wait to get it going. I mean, it's if you look at it, it's just the amount of detail isn't that much. But when you look at it from, you know, I mean, from a flat image to that, where's the flat image at? So, if we're going based off of a flat image and making the flat image 3D, that's a bitch. You know what I mean? Like taking a flat image and making it 3D, that's kind of a bitch. I mean, yeah, I could have done some things with the side of the I could have done more with the side of the yeah, I could have done more with the side of the head. Like how instead of it just being basically a box all the way through, right? Instead of it just being this far of a box, I could have done something different with it, but realistically, you're going to be seeing it from the front on or at a slight angle. And by the time that I feather the ears in, I can even blend the ears in with, Bondo or whatever. Like I can make it. I can make a lot of things happen with just that. So that's basically just a rough blueprint of what I'm working with. Am I going to be able to get to that aspect of it? Probably not. Um, but I can at least get this printed, primed, painted. All the detail on the face is all going to be painted on just because trying to make all of that detail show up, just trying to make all that detail, like all this detail in the eyes and whatnot, around the eyes, all this yellow and all this stuff here is going to get painted on. These are going to get painted on. Um, this is going to get painted in, the dimples, that's all going to get painted in. Um, and you can do a lot of things with the tricks to it, but the biggest thing that I was concerned with was the all the dots, like how his skin's not super smooth. Now I'm about to print this and it's going to come out silky smooth. So I got to try to figure out what I'm going to do with that. And I was thinking I could probably just dab on some paint. Once I get a base coat on of primer, I could go through and dab on some paint or something of this nature. Um, but looking at it from the front, you can tell that it just kind of fades off. But I still needed a lot of that space for the mechanics and electronics that I'm putting into it. And I still want it to be rigid and I still want it to be lightweight. So, and I'm not a puppet maker. I don't do this for a living. So this is just me kind of clowning around and making an animatronic because yeah, I can make an animatronic, So no, I don't paint. I'm not a painter either. I'm an everything. I do what needs to be done in order to accomplish the goal. So whether or not it's going to be grade A quality, ready for a movie set, or hey, it looks good enough on my front porch in the middle of the dark for the Halloween kids trick or treating coming around to scare the shit out of them. willing to bet that one way or another it's going to serve its purpose. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't have to be in a movie, you know? So I'm not making movie quality shit here. I'm just making something that works, something that functions, hopefully something that interacts with Twitch chat, and then after that, then we can kind of go from there. So glow paint would be cool, but there's no sense. There's really no sense in that for this build at least. Just because the luminescent paint is quite pricey in comparison to just some regular old paint that I've already picked up. So we're trying to do this on a budget. We're trying to do this on the cheap. Um, so far the biggest cost so far has been the electricity to run my PC. Um, other than that, yeah, it's definitely going to be on a budget. Yeah, yeah. Regardless, it's going to be terrifying. Like it's gonna scare the shit out of the kids when they come up, which is the goal. That's the only goal. The only goal is to scare the shit out of the neighbors. Well, the neighbors' kids. And if the parents see it, then they're going to get intrigued and they're going to want to have a 3 year conversation with me for all of 5 seconds worth of, a demo. I am going to have to figure out an override way or a way to override some things in the code just so that I can manually control it. Because I do want to be able to still have manual control over the eyes and whatnot, just so that I can kind of give a demo for all the wonderful parents that want to stop off and have a 3 hour conversation about it. Um, right now, I'm just kind of off camera rearranging this clusterfuck that I got going on around here because I got shit everywhere. Why? Because we're in friggin' fab mode, and fab mode normally turns into a clusterfuck in a hurry, especially when I was already in fab mode for two previous projects, um, which fun projects, but once again, um, they're irrelevant to what I'm doing. So, did I just lose an Allen wrench and didn't hear where it fell because I've got noise canceling headphones on? Of course I did. There it went. Found it. Oy. Do not lose the Allen wrenches. These are important, important tools, especially with these sizes. I don't have these sizes, so it's kind of weird that I don't have these sizes for Allen wrenches. So, but whatever, I have them now. Um, but yeah, we gotta. Whoa, shit! Everything is plugged in together still. Let's not do that. Alrighty, we can set you right there. This needs to move. That can move. That can slide. This can go somewhere else for now. So yeah, we're just kind of rearranging right now off cam. So, um, just because it doesn't need to be streamed, I guess. But I want to get this printer set up and get it started printing. It's a big part of what's going on right now is just getting prepped so I can start printing. Because the sooner this thing starts, the sooner I can kind of chill out a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. It'll at least give me a minute to clear my head and get my bearings again. Just because my head has been so deep inside of the design of how everything is going to mount together, um, without being too much of a pain in the ass, and still make it so it's feasible, workable, usable, things of this nature. So yeah, it's been quite the challenge so far, and I wonder if I'm curious. We're gonna get curious now, buddy. Hey, hey, hey. Hell of a time to start getting curious, isn't it? I could grab this and this. Whoops, I just lost my ball. Don't lose that ball. I lost it. Shit. Need this. Need that. Okay, there's that. I can sit over here. I'm sorry, I'm off camera getting everything set up. Um, just because it's kind of a pain in the ass to get some of this set up. It's gonna be so nice when I got enough room to set up. That square. How level is that? Because if that's level enough, I'm gonna call it good enough, and we're gonna send it. We're gonna send it. Oh, bet. Fucking bet. Oh, that's beautiful. That's fucking awesome. That is so cool. I don't have to pull the work mat. I don't have to pull a work mat. You know what that means? You know what it means when I don't have to pull the work mat? It means I don't have to rearrange absolutely everything. Only 90% of everything. So this can get relocated over here. Good enough. I want that and that over here because that's where that's at. This plug is going to need to get wrapped around. Yeah, it just means that I don't have to completely rearrange absolutely everything, which I've been having to do lately, just because I got a lot of shit in a very small area. A very small area. So, but work with what you got, man. Work with what you got. And if Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave, let me tell you, all right? Tony Stark was able to build much more than this in a cave with a box of scraps. You know what I mean? So, if he was able to do it, I'd be damned if I ain't able to do something equally as impressive. Need this to wrap around there before it plugs in. That'll work. That'll make me feel better if I do it like that. Plug in. And that plug didn't like the seat, did it? There it goes. What did I do with that? It's over there. But yeah, we're just kind of getting set up over here. Sorry. Sorry for the boring. Sorry for not having anything exciting going on right now. But that's where it's at, man. Sometimes you just gotta take a minute and do what you gotta do in order to make it happen. So we're making it happen. That's what I do. I get shit done. And I get shit done in such a manner. In such a manner. Yeah, it can be a bitch. It can be a bitch. Just sucks sometimes, but you know. The end result is gonna totally be worth all of the hassle that I'm dealing with currently. That out a little bit. Really need to get some electrical wire. Yeah, otherwise it doesn't get done, you know? So it's kind of one of those things where you just kind of jump through the hoops and deal with what you got to deal with in order to make it happen. But like I said, I'm the one that makes shit happen, so let's do this. You know what I mean? Just let's do this. He's in there. There's my power switch. I don't like how that's sitting, but it'll be fine. Where's this routed to? This is routed over there. Got a lot of new shit laying about that wasn't here the last time I set this up. Like I didn't have this overhead camera bracket. I didn't have a ring light. I didn't have, you know what I mean? I didn't have a lot of shit right in the way. But now that we got everything basically where I want it, that's level still, I hope. See how bad it is. Oh, she's fucking nuts, baby. Oh, hell yeah, she's dead nuts. That's another thing is the bed is not automatic leveling for my printer. So with my printer, it's this is not automatic leveling. All right, this is not an automatic leveling, nowhere near automatic leveling. So I got to manually level that thing every time. If we can't get a decent angle on this, that'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it? That would be kind of cool. But I'm not leaving this up. So yeah, when you got to manually level the bed, you want to make sure that whatever it's sitting on is as level as humanly possible because trying to level this is a royal nightmare. Like that is the worst thing that you can possibly do in the world. So we turn on a light, boom. So I'm loving this. I'm loving this. So it's got different colors. So that's like a yellow. That's a white. I don't know if you can tell. That's like a white. That's like a blue. And that's like a yellow. So it's got 3 different colors on it. Then you can dim it down. And you're not going to see a whole lot of it because I got a 42-inch light bar above me on top of it all. But I needed something to just get light here so it doesn't look completely dark. That's the wrong one. I don't like that one. I don't like that one. I like that one. So it doesn't look completely dark on this section of the workbench because over here, like right here, directly, well, it's about a foot off camera, but directly over that is a 42-inch light bar, which is just absurdly bright, and it's absolutely insane. So, and I hope I'm not dropping a whole lot of frames because it's looking like my bitrate flatlined, which is probably never good, but it might be that everybody finally turned their computers off and is going to bed for a change. My network around these parts is kind of up and down and all over the place with a lot of it. So, strangely enough, most everything. Yeah, you see my foot there? Where's it at? There it is. Ah, there's my foot. Get some feet pics. There you go. That's as close as you're gonna get. Let's see here. Do I have? I have. Let's see. Yeah, Well, there's like one service provider around here. So when they decide that they want to be, you know, asshats, and it's not even that they want to be the asshats, it's that, my neighbors that have 18 kids apiece, you know what I mean? Like, that's a lot of people on a network, everybody with all their gadgets that they've got, their cell phones, their tablets, blah 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 blah. Yes, yes, the only feats. I don't know, whatever. I got I got no good camera angle for any of this. And now that this is mounted, like yeah. I mean, you just saw the ring light a second ago because it's a weird overhead cam thing, but I like it. It's lightweight, it's small. I've got no way of disconnecting this from it right now, so that's the thing. I guess I could turn on the other camera, right? I got another camera. Derp. I got another camera right here. So, so basically with the 3D printer, and yeah, this is a super short wire here. So with the 3D printer, but you can see turn this off just because it's blinding. So, yeah, so we got the 3D printer here at the very edge of all of this. But then this camera gets more light on it. So this has got just this tripod here, or this clamp, right? So it's just a clamp on here, just a desk clamp. But this whole thing comes off, and it just slides out of there, and then I can take all of this and just shove it wherever, which is great because, as you can see, it's right in the way of my TV. So I'm not going to want to look at that. This is bad enough to look at. This is just barely on the edge of it from where my viewing angle is. Um, so that's kind of how that goes. But yeah, he's a train wreck. And then my light shade. Yes, you like that? Old work T-shirt that I finally made use of. That was a shop rag. I was like, man, that is shop rag. This is a nice shop rag, a nice cotton T-shirt. They make good shop rags, and that one had enough holes in it to where I was able to kind of piece it back together and make it so it actually it kind of blocks out the light up there. And then now I got this light on, so now you got light over here from this light. So lighting is such a bitch. I fucking hate lighting. Lighting is such a nightmare, and I don't have the space for like industrial grade shit. Oh yeah, holy socks and holy underwear, bet, fucking bet. Those are my go-to shop rags because, oh yeah, oh yes, all of the holy clothes, only the holiness in the garage. Okay, so yes, only the holiness while in the garage because otherwise, I gotta turn this down a little bit. I feel like I'm screaming. Um, yeah, the holiness in the garage is very important. It helps with the mojo and the flow and all of that. But holy socks, when I was living out in Colorado, I had a motorcycle. I had a Honda Shadow 750, and fun bike. It was a really fun bike, and I was out there with two friends, and we were all three renting a house together, and wife said, "You was screaming?" No, no, I just felt like I was screaming. These are noise canceling, so I can't hear shit outside of these. Like I have no idea how loud I'm talking. So I'm just talking. And with these off, I have no idea how loud that actually is, but it's pretty fucking loud. I'm over here screaming away. Yeah, no, it's great on your end. Probably not so great on my end, but either which way, we were out in Colorado. The three of us. We were renting a house, and I had that motorcycle. Well, it had so much chrome, aftermarket chrome on it, that it was just cleaning it, just giving it a bath. You would have to go through and chrome polish because there would be water spots on everything. It looked terrible. So I was using old Holy socks. Well, we were all hanging out in the garage one day, and the one guy he kicked off his socks and he's going around barefoot and whatnot. And he decided he was going to throw his dirty socks on the seat of my bike. You know, just keep them off the ground, whatever. And they weren't really dirty. Like he'd put them on probably 20 minutes prior, and and he was like, "Oh fuck it, it's nice out. I'm just gonna go barefoot. I don't even need to wear shoes. You know, it was 80 degrees out or some shit like that." And so he peels the socks back off. You know, not like I said, 20 minutes after he put them on. My one buddy says to him, he says, "Hey, you better be careful what you leave laying around here. You know, he's been using old socks to detail that bike there, and those being right there on the seat, he's gonna use those socks to detail his bike." And I no sooner than he said all that, I come walking outside, and they fill me in on the story, and he's like, "You wouldn't? What do you mean he's using socks to detail his bike?" I said, "Yeah, those look like the socks I was using to detail my bike." I grabbed up the mother's chrome polish and yeah, yeah, he about shit himself. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hey, those brand new socks, don't use those. Hey, man, they're nice and soft. These are gonna work great. Did I turn everything on? Everything is on, right? Yeah, everything's on. Cool. There we go. Let's see here. What's in Fred? Fred has got all this. Okay, we're gonna make a new one. We're gonna call this one Spike. Ignore, later, later, don't care. Folder name, Spike. Create folder name. Open folder. Upload images. Where did I save that at? It is buried somewhere. Octopi 3D Spike. Open. 31.7 megabytes. That's not that bad. um, okay, print. I don't know if I got that on this one or not. Might, but we're not gonna hang out. We'll just hang out for a bit, see what's going on. I really want to get some can lighting in for this room because, as you can see, it's just a light bulb just hanging down. I hate it. And I can put recessed can light in here pretty easily. So it's just not finished. It's not finished, so I can totally drop in some can lights, but it's got old braided wire. So I gotta rerun wire from this light to that light. There's only two lights in this room on top of it, aside from my light bar and the um the ring light now. But I gotta rerun that run of electrical, and it goes out to the other room there, and then it grabs another outlet, another receptacle, light receptacle, and then inside of that box is where this was actually tied in. So I've got to rerun this. This is like the last section um, of the wire that's braided wire. So I got to change that out. And then when I change that out, I want to put in recessed can lights, but I want to put two there, two back here, and then two more directly above where I'm sitting. And then I want to put those on a dimmer switch as well. So, and I'll probably have multiple switches for it and blah blah, but projects for later. Cause holy shit, the price of copper is through the roof right now. It has been for the last what 4 or 5 years now, just through the roof. Um, yeah, right. I mean, I was thinking about getting one of those too. I was thinking about getting one of those, 'cause they've got that. Like we could do all kinds of shit here. We don't have to just sit here and look at me. Look at the print bed that's not doing anything. Yeah, copper is super expensive. But the what do we got here? We got where is it? Boom, 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 boom. No, 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 no. Sorry, I'm over here just looking at things. Here's one. So it's chat controlled lights. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, you didn't miss anything. I just the first layer is just starting now, so I just got to babysit this for a second and make sure everything's uh gluing itself down, and then I'll go back and sit down in front of the camera. But yeah, that's all I'm doing. I'm just making sure that the first layer of this actually extrudes out somewhat proper. After the first layer, this thing's golden. It's just that first layer can cause some hiccups, so and I want to catch it before it causes anything serious because I don't want to waste all my filament before I, you know what I mean? She is being a bit noisy today. She's being a bit noisy today. I don't like that. I mean, she's printing good, but she's being a bit noisy. I did lower the initial base height as well, so that might have been a mistake. Find out. That's really thin on that corner. I didn't realize how thin that was. Not realize how thin that was on that corner. I mean, it's gonna fill out and it's gonna be thick enough, but kind of thin. This corner right here. Oh wow. Yeah, that's yeah. If you're selling $1,000 a week, you're doing you're doing something. I don't know. I draw up things like this, and I'm just like whatever, you know. Like to me, it's something to do, more or less. I don't like it. I don't like how thin this wall is. It's not gonna matter because there's it widened out as it gets higher, but yeah. Well, I mean, you gotta have some kind of clientele to begin with, and then you gotta have like some niche that you're printing, you know, that people actually want. Nobody wants this shit. I mean, somebody might want this shit, but for the most part, nobody wants the shit that I drop. I drop some pretty random shit, so I don't know anybody that's gonna want, a squared off or a blockhead style, uh, um, gremlin. you know, I mean, you never know. Somebody might pay me money for it, but I doubt it. Just one of those things. So we're getting through the initial base layer right now. So this is gonna take a little bit of time. But once I know that that's actually sticking properly and everything's gonna adhere and everything's gonna be good, then I'll be happy. So I'm guessing that these supports here, this filling here, is because something wasn't right. And realistically, this is not good. This is not good at all. That should not be filling in an entire line there. That should not be filling all that in solid like it is. And it's filling it in solid. So we're going to be going through with a Dremel. We're going to be going through with a Dremel to drill out everything because that's not right. That should not be solid. That should not be solid at all. Um, and I'm half tempted to cancel the print and print it vertical at this point. Honestly, I'm half tempted to print it vertical at this point. Shit. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of with it slicing it how it sliced it. It sliced it and said, "Fuck you. I'm putting a backing wall on this son of a bitch." Which means I would have to go into. I gotta do a bunch of shit now. Fuck. All right, we need cures back open because yeah, that's gonna build that backer wall on it, and I'm not a fan. Open recent. See, if I print it like this, it'll all be open, just like it's supposed to be. How it's printing right now, it's putting a wall across the entire back side of things. Give me the preview so I can see what the hell I'm looking at. Yeah, see, that's how it's supposed to look. And instead, it's building this whole back face as a solid friggin' wall right now. Okay, I need to change what we're looking at so you can look at that there. Let me get back into what I'm doing. Give me this. Give me this. Go to cancel print. Yes, cancel this print because I am not going to burn up that much fucking filament on a wall that I have to literally cut out. Trash this friggin' print. You gonna like cancel sometime today or what? Thank you. Control, take it up. Delete that because that ain't right. We're gonna save this to disk. We're gonna save that right over top of that. Yes, I do want to overwrite that. Give me my Octoprint. I want to upload that. I want to open this one again. Unreal. So yeah, this is gonna take a minute. Cause yeah, otherwise I would have had this entire wall. That would have been a solid wall. Off of there. Alright, now the fun part. So yeah, the whole back side of the face that's supposed to be open, it decided it was just going to fill that in as a solid wall. And that's supposed to be open. And that's filling it in as an infill, Like yeah, that's making it nice and smooth and solid, and that's not what we want. We do not want that. That will be a problem. So we're gonna stop that before, like I said, that the first layer is gonna dictate whether or not I'm canceling the print and starting over. So otherwise I would have had to cut all that out with a Dremel. And I'm not wasting that much material just to have to cut it out with a Dremel. Not doing that. We ain't doing that. Not today. Not today. Yes. So they've got this ESP32 Twitch chat stuff with the NeoPixels. That's what we was talking about before I got hung up on being pissed off. Why are you to the moon? Why are you to the moon? This thing's gonna take forever to come back down. Where's my temperatures at? My temperatures are not even climbing yet, and I can't do anything. Damn. Alright, so yeah, they got the ESP32 here, which is what those boards are that I picked up that I know absolutely nothing about. Um, so, I'm wondering if I hit, looks like I hit like I framed out on the top. Wonder if I can, nope, I can't do anything with it until it's, I just gotta sit here and wait for it to heat up on the bed, and then once it heats up on the bed, then I can make a couple of minor adjustments that I wanted to make. Um, Not a big deal. Not a big deal. But yeah. So hopefully all this goes a little bit smoother here pretty quick. Where am I at? I'm over here. We're still here. So yeah, this looks like it'd be kind of cool. Shut up. Let's go 1080. Don't need to be anything greater than that. He's got 30 minutes of intro, and then we've got 30 minutes of ads because YouTube is shit nowadays. Just absolute shit. I already watched 3 ads. So, so basically, those are the LEDs that he's controlling with the ESP32. But you could expand that. You know what I mean? Like this is just a basic, simple, and the code for it is real simple. Like it ain't shit. And he's using WebSockets, which I got to learn WebSockets as well. I haven't messed around with WebSockets yet, so I really need to learn those. Now once I learn the WebSockets, then it'll be one more thing that I'll know how to do. But yeah, so he's just logging it in with a WebSocket and connecting the WebSocket straight to Twitch. That's what that is. So you got your Twitch channel and all that stuff. Like the code isn't that difficult. It's not that complex. I'm not quite certain exactly. I mean, I understand how it works. I understand the concept. I just don't know all of this, like the handling of errors and things of this nature. I'm not certain of. So it's one of those things that when I delve into something like that, especially when it connects to my network, I want to know all the ins and outs. I want to know exactly how to lock it down if need be. I want to be able to, you know what I mean? Like, I want to be able to actually do everything that I absolutely need to know how to do. So it's a deep dive when I go into shit like that. What the hell did that do? So that's one of those things which it wouldn't be hard to modify it and make it actually control lights and shit, but here's a pretty basic example of what's going on there. Trying to watch, see what the hell this thing is thinking it's doing. So somebody sends a message in chat and then it turns on the LEDs, you know. So it's yeah, well, that's just what it is. So I mean, I just I'm not a network engineer, but I'd like to be a network engineer when it comes to, being able to lock shit down and make sure that, everything's where it needs to be. So that's a pretty cool little project. This is all just kind of all my quick shit here. Here's the guy that I don't know if I'm logged in. I'm not logged in. It's, why is Blender not taking up the whole screen? Strange how that's not taking up the whole screen. I thought I had it taken up the whole screen. But whatever. Get logged in here. Yeah, I'm not a fan. It's really dry material. It's really really dry material. Um, like to the point where it puts me to fuck to sleep. So here's the guy that made these eyes, this eye mechanism, Ikalebab. So here's your shout out, Ikalebab. You're welcome. Um, cool eyeballs. Did a great job. I love them. Um, so this is just a quick DIY. Yeah, I didn't come up with this shit. This guy came up with it. Um, and he did a huge write up on it here on Unstructables, and it's absolutely incredible. He did a really really good job. He did an outstanding job with all of it. I mean, so much so that he broke it down for what millimeter screws you were gonna need and the whole shot. So he did an outstanding job with the entire write up on this project, which is cool. And then the wiring, all the wiring and all that stuff. Um, the wiring actually called for a push button, which my push button was normally closed, and then when you press on it, it was normally open. So mine was a little bit backwards and wonky, and it wasn't working. So hey, look, I made it. It's right there. There's me. I made it. But there was a guy down here. If you keep scrolling, and you keep scrolling, this guy here, Bro Navas, he gets another thumbs up because he's a badass. He went through and he actually modified it to whereas it uses the modified a little bit of get rid of the extra push button and use the joystick's push button instead. And then the basics of the joystick, which is has a built-in push button, switch pin, and it's shorted to ground, so you can get rid of the 10K resistor. And then you also need to swap the high and low values because it's checking the opposite because you're not pulling up now. It's now you're pulling it up when you're whatever. So there's the new segmented code that he added in. So outstanding on on Brunabas. So great job on that. That saved me a lot of problems. So we do have time though, which is awesome because they have these things on this site, and I just kind of browse the site just to see what's going on as I do anything. But they have contests. I didn't even know that they had contests. So under the contests, I got it on a budget. Sounds like me. Make it small. No, it's not Python. It's a version of C++. It's actually Arduino code. So um, so they got like on a budget. Make it small. Make it move. Make it fly. Patterns, Halloween, and then something for just microcontrollers, which I didn't even know this page existed because I just happened to be scrolling one day and said, "Oh wow, Halloween." I think we're making Halloween, so we're making a prop, making a decoration. Official rules I'm not certain of. $500 first place, second place 300. Grand prize is 500. First prize is 300. Second prize is 100. Epic costume, best easy costume, best kids costume, best prop, best decoration. Those are 300 apiece. Best food 300. A runner up gets a $50 prize. Oh, I can code. I can code all kinds of shit. Um, so there's 34 entries so far. The Crusader helm. I laughed when I saw that. I was like, "Fucking A, man! You need a pair of coconuts for that one. All right, you need a pair of coconuts." Yeah, yeah. That's a good spot to start. That's a great spot to start. Yeah, I can program in Python and C++ and a bunch of others. I actually learned on Fortran originally back in the late 90s, mid to late 90s. I started with Fortran, and then Java came around, and I despised Java, and JavaScript came around, and I despised JavaScript. Um, so we just kind of go with it. But this guy, I thought this was cool. This guy made a hearse, a life-size hearse. Look at that. Like that's an actual horse and carriage buggy that he modified into being a hearse. That is just too friggin' cool. You know what I mean? Like that is just too cool. If he doesn't win this, I don't know who would, but he's definitely winning best prop. That's for sure. Yeah, it's nuts, isn't it? But check that out. That's insane. If he doesn't win best prop, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing because that's just the coolest shit. The COVID mask on, little hat in his hand. Yeah. So I saw that. I was like, dude, that's cool. And then he's got an instructable how to build it yourself. So yeah, it's really cool. And I haven't really scrolled through this just yet, but he's just using a cardboard table or a card table type deal, using that as the inside, and then just decorating the rest of it. It's really cool. I know a guy that actually has a hearse that he pulls out from his backyard and parks out in his front yard. Um, there's a guy around here that decks the hell out of his garage, out of his front yard, and this guy just stores this in his garage apparently, right there with his, or he built it in his basement, one or the other. That might be a basement. That's a basement. He built this in his basement. Cool. So yeah, really cool project. You know, I didn't even notice the table legs there to hold the inside, and then the other sides just kind of squeeze together and bolt onto it. So that's really cool. So if he doesn't win the Halloween prize or the decoration prize, I don't know who would, but not a whole lot of entries on this one. So just a few. So they got a lot of different stuff on here, and I didn't realize it. It's just instructables. So it's and I didn't even see a whole lot you know on a budget. On a budget it gets wild. Um, these guys have got some pretty crazy stuff. H2O generator. Color me curious. Welcome to the future of clean energy. Today we will create a unique hydrogen generator that opens up new possibilities for using hydrogen in everyday life. Hydrogen is eco-friendly and powerful energy source that can be extracted from ordinary water through the process of electrolysis. Not only is this innovative, but it's also completely safe when assembled correctly. A tip on this: don't make a hydrogen bomb. Okay? Just don't do it. It's a big boom that you don't want any part of. So I'm really surprised that this actually got past anything of that nature because good grief. Not to mention he's using a bunch of razor blades in order to construct the damn thing. These are all razor blades, by the way. So you're going to have a negative lead and a positive lead. You're going to throw a current through them. You're going to have those submerged in water. You're going to have water in here. You're going to have those submerged in water. You're going to have a positive lead, a negative lead, and then it's going to go through and it's going to separate out. The hydrogen is going to come out of this tube here because it's lighter than air. Um, it's going to be water filled in here. Normally, you need to use some kind of catalyst in order to actually extract the hydrogen. There are various chemicals and basic household items that you can use. Um, this comes out of this tube here. This tube feeds into this tube right here. This tube has another jar of water. This tube right here, what they don't tell you is this will actually become hydrogen peroxide, which is uh, I don't even remember what the chemical element of it is. But basically, what this is this is a bubbler tube. That way, this feeds into here. It comes down a tube inside of here. This tube is shorter, so then you're force feeding hydrogen into water, which makes H2O2. Well, it makes H H4O2. So all of the excess hydrogen escapes out through the water because it's not going to bond with water. H2O, it's not going to bond with water. Um, it can, and that's when you end up with hydrogen peroxide. And yeah, be the first to share. Did you make this project? Nobody has made it yet. I don't blame them. This is really dangerous shit right here. Me and a friend of mine, we actually built a hydrogen generator. Well, It's a hydrogen separator, is what it is. You're separating the hydrogen from the water, um, which is fine um, until it comes out of this clear tube back here. It's just fine. Once it comes out of this clear tube back here, hold on to your britches because that right there is pure hydrogen. That's all that's coming out of that hose is hydrogen. Um, and when that comes out of that tube, this is why hydrogen vehicles are not a thing and probably won't be a thing. This doesn't produce enough fuel to sustain combustion on an engine. Um, Storing hydrogen is the most dangerous part of hydrogen. There is literally no safe way of storing hydrogen. Um, and the person that figures out a safe way of storing hydrogen is going to be a multi-gazillionaire and will change the way that we operate in the world all the way around. Um, the only emissions that would come from this, if you were to use this generator on a car, is water. When this is burned, it creates water. That's his byproduct is water. Okay, so now if you exhausting water, which then you can separate again, you basically just turned it into the ultimate um, never-ending machine. Because if you're creating your own energy from your own energy, or if you're creating your own fuel from the waste of your energy, it's an indefinite circle. But being able to do that is another thing. But yeah, me and a friend made one of those, and yeah, we had a little bit of fun with it. It was a little bit of fun until it went kaboom. I've actually got, I've actually got, yeah, it's. Trust me, that was a deep dive. When we built that, that was a real deep dive when I got into all that. Because I was gonna make an actual hydrogen generator. No, 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 no scars. Just a little bit of fun with some flamethrowers and whatnot. Like I said, it doesn't produce enough energy to sustain a big enough kaboom. It's when you store it that it turns into the kaboom. Um, but filling a balloon, I will tell you this: filling a balloon with hydrogen, right? So when you fill a balloon with hydrogen and you put how do I put this? It's a quick stick is what it is, but a quick stick is basically an electrical probe, right? So a remote control to an electrical probe inside of the balloon. Tie the balloon. Fill it with helium, or not helium, but hydrogen. So you fill it with hydrogen. So we had it coming in out of that clear tube into basically a syringe needle type deal. That punctured where the knot was on the balloon, filled it up, removed the tube. So we removed the syringe and then hit the detonate button. Now, hydrogen is lighter than air. So hydrogen, up it goes. We had about 50 foot of slack, and yeah, I didn't hear right for a week because the kaboom that just a balloon, made was just incredible. Um, it was a lot of fun. Super dangerous, but under the right supervision and understandings and know-how, you can have a lot of fun. This guy used old pallets, recycled wood pallets for a stairway up onto his bed. These are just the cheap projects, right? A rocket stove. These are cool. These are fun for when you're camping. They've actually got them that you can buy rocket stoves, and you can make them out of wood. Um, they taught us how to make them in the Boy Scouts out of wood. Scary child mannequin. So that's just like the cheap stuff that they're doing. And I mean, there's only 12 entries, and there's 6 prizes for 12 people. So half those people are walking away with money. But I mean, realistically, you gotta write up an instructable and all that. And I'm not any good at explaining things, obviously. The microcontrollers is always interesting. So we got some stuff here. VR data gloves. That's pretty cool. Mousetrap. Non-lethal mousetrap. That's fun. Cycle clock. Talking and farting air freshener. Fun. 3x3 LED cube. That's kind of cool. Shit's weak. Shit is weak. So here's your 3x3. There you go. 3x3. They're all blue. There's the circuitry for it. We'll get down to the actual circuitry of it. All 3D printed. Oh, he just 3D printed the jig. Okay. That makes sense. So you go through and you solder it up, and there you go. So you got all these resistors. They all come in. Ba 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 ba. Looks like he's using Charlie plexing, if I'm not mistaken. It might be multiplexing. It's Charlie plexing. So yeah, I need to break mine back out and get it turned on. So this is the 3x3, right? So that's just blue. It's the only color it lights up. That's what he's working with. You take it up another level, and you end up with a monstrosity such as this. Now it's just a 3x3. It's a 3x3x3 LED cube. Except the difference being that instead of just one color, these are 3. There's red, green, and blue. And the wiring for it is this monstrosity here. Yeah. All that had to come in through the bottom because this whole board, if I was to tear it all apart, but there's what, 5 shift registers on here? One, two, yeah, there's 5 shift registers. Every single color has got its own resistors, transistors. So every single color has got resistors, transistors. Each of those wires plugs into its own dedicated inside of there, if I can get the angle on it. Inside of there, there you go. There's your shift registers. So you can bit bang the shit out of this thing. I want to get this hooked up to chat. So you want to talk about some LED fun. That's 3 across, 3 tall, 3 deep, and dusty as hell because it hasn't been fired up in a minute. Um, but it's all RGB. Oh, it lights up. I don't have the code readily available. I had code for it written, and I don't know where the hell it went. Um, but yeah, all that lights up, and well, here we can go like this. Go over here. We'll go here. See what we got here. I made this one a while ago. Where is it? Nope, that ain't it. That was testing. Where's it at? Here it is. Hey, does that room look familiar? So each of these LEDs is lit up in every single color all the way through, just as a test. And I don't think I sped it up any. Or maybe I did. No, I didn't. But either which way, yeah, that's the cube. So this is a fun project though. But if you really want to rack your brain and invest a whole shitload of time in soldering and everything else, that's the way to do it right there. But yeah, I want to get that. I want to get that hooked up to Twitch chat, so then you can control that and kind of give it commands and tell it what you want to display, um, which would be pretty sweet. Um, and then there's a few other things that I want to be able to hook up to chat as well, but that's not for now and not for later because that's gonna take a while. Put me back down there. So that's a cool project though. It's fun. Shit's weak, but still fun. So they got a bunch of different shit that people have done. Chicken feeder. Arduino could use one of those. Take a little bit of creativity, a little bit of inspiration from somebody else there in Arduino. Flexible Arduino. That just sounds bad. So yeah, it's always fun checking out what people have built. That's pretty cool. A DNA lamp. That's pretty cool. A lot of it's just people hacking around with shit. That's what I found with it at least. Mini controllers. That's pretty cool. And bird feeder. Squirrel feeder, whatever you want to call it. People counter. Oh, that's funny. So this is a doorway and this is a doorway and it just counts people walking through it. Not a full scale type deal. It's a very small scale thing. There's another set of eyes. These are different though. Tamas. What these ones do? The exact same thing. It's just a different layout. It's just different design. Much larger. Much larger layout. A little bit different design here with the pushing and pulling. I mean, it still uses 6 servos, so. Okay. So he's using AI in some way or another. Okay, so he's keeping an, okay. So he's actually doing tracking of your eyeballs. Okay, so this is a bit different. So he's tracking your eyeballs for different gestures, like if you roll your eyes or move them right or left or blink or whatever. That's pretty nifty. That's a difficult project right there. That's not easy at all. Pretty cool. Pretty cool little project there. I'm wondering if he's using cameras in here. If those are actual camera lenses inside the eyeballs, that might be for the reason for the different design. No? 32 millimeter eyeballs. 40 millimeter ball. Universal joint. Raspberry Pi 4. I2C connectors. That can be controlled using an Android app. The eyeball is connected to universal joint, allow them to move X, Y, blah, 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 blah. Hmm. Maybe not. Maybe it's just learning how AI works, which is fun. So yeah, they got a lot of different cool projects on here. Automatic, push button gear shifter. So they make instead of it being a mechanical, they make it an electromechanical. That's pretty cool. That's funny. Game controller, servo here and a servo here, so they could just hit the buttons up and forward and backwards. Kind of funny. Another crawler. Mesh LED party bracelets. That's pretty cool. That's probably used in ESP32s. Synchronized LED bracelets that people were wearing in the crowd. So I thought to myself, that'd be cool. TPU. Emo's D1 Mini. What the hell is a D1 Mini? Doesn't exist. How about that? AliExpress. Do you know what the hell he's talking about? Lighting. Okay, so that's the LEDs. Looks like a wow, that's retarded. Well, let me zoom in. I can work around that. Yep, that looks like an ESP32 Mini. So that's pretty cool. So the ESP32 just goes in there, and then the LED wraps around the bracelet itself, and then you connect the ESP32s to one another. That's pretty cool. I could see that at a rave concert. So yeah, that's that's where I found the eyeballs at was on here. You can go and check the 3D printing sites, and holy shit, they got a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, they might have contests and things like that too, but I don't know. What is this saying? Print time left 6.5 days. That's all we got left. Just 6.5 more days of printing. Hey, what's going on, Caroline? How you doing? Doing all right? See if we can find a different. See if we can do that. I don't even know if there was audio for that. I didn't hear it. I gotta figure out where that's coming through at. Sitting in your car eating dinner? What are you doing? Not at the house? This is Kira. This can get closed. This can get closed. This can get saved. So yeah, we got made a little bit of progress with it. Um, got some things ironed out. Don't want to go inside yet? Yeah, I don't blame you. I've done that before. More so with specific foods that like we have some authentic Indian restaurants around here, and Dot, not Feather. Um, and wow, does their food stink? But it is so good, so good. But it will stink up your entire house for the next week. Um, so yeah, I've done that. So that's this. So we got most all that figured out. We got we turn this off. Reference. So I kind of figured out how I'm gonna do this. This is next. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do the jaw. Not the bolt hole. Not that either. Where's the jaw arm? There's the jaw arm. So I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do about the jaw arm. I got that all knocked out, so that'll print out well. Got all that designed up pretty good. This was a part that I was struggling with the other day when she was here. Um, but we got that ironed out. And now, if you look over here, we are printing. So here we go. Days of printing. Not really. It's not gonna be days of printing, but now I can move past this section here and continue on with the rest of what needs to be done. So next thing that I want to get done is I want to print off the lower jaw, get that bolted up so that I know what's going on with everything. Then I got to get this printed off. That'll be after the lower jaw will be this one, so the jaw is already ready to be printed for the most part. I mean, there's a couple of things I got to tweak with it just to make sure, but the lower jaw is ready to be printed for the most part. Should only take about an hour or so to clean it up, detail it. This is going to take a minute. I'm going to probably have to redraw it all up, which is fine, no problem. Um, but I'm going to have to redraw this whole thing up as it sits in place. or at least modify it so then it's actually solid again, which is more than likely the case. Once I get that figured out, then I can print that third. After that is going to be the ears. The ears are going to have bolt holes that come through in the thicker spots, like probably right here is going to be a bolt hole. Across the back is going to be bolt holes. Across here is going to be bolt holes, and this is going to get bolted right together to the front face. So those are actually going to bolt together. And then after coming off of this one more time on the ears, um, then I can start sculpting how the back end is going to wrap back around because it's going to be behind everything. So, well, we're in ads. So that's that. What else do we got going on? Pop up. 6 days. That's what it's claiming. Based on the calculated estimate, that's the best accuracy. It ain't gonna be no 6 days. Yeah, ads. Alright, so we back. And of course, when I have to go out to the bathroom, so does the dog. But while I was outside, I looked up. Apparently, if I can get this thing to, like, sit in front of the camera properly, we've got, we got some northern lights going on. So, that was pretty cool. The whole sky was, like, lit up red. Kind of cool. So, fucking dogs. Stupid animals. So yeah, we're back. So yeah, this ain't gonna take no 6 days. This will be done. This will be done tomorrow. That'll be done tomorrow. I ain't even worried about it. It'll be cool. It'll be done. But so yeah, that's that aspect of it. And then I want to get this one. I guess I should probably just start messing around with this. Shut this off. Shut this off. Shut off. I need the jaw. I don't need the ears. I don't need any of this. So realistically, I need to get inside of this. The inside. And then we need to figure out approximately 5 millimeters. Beautiful. Beautiful. I like it. As long as it doesn't drop a whole lot. Whoops. Get back inside. Thank you. Get inside. Thank you. So yeah, that should be pretty good. Let's get into the wireframe, take a look. Yeah, that's all pretty symmetrical. I was able to keep this pretty symmetrical with everything. So this will be ready to go to the printer next. And I'll have to print it upright like it is, just so that it keeps this void. Um, so we need to get this separated out and prepped for file save as Spike jaw prep. Jaw prep. Save. Tab. Alright, what do we got here? We need to go here. We're on the jaw. We need to, what is this? This is a Boolean. This is a Boolean. We need to figure out which one is which. I don't think it matters. We just need to apply and apply. So with this, I've actually got holes drilled out. You can see. So the bolt will recess in there. And then when it connects to the jaw, it'll just the bolt will screw through. But the head of the bolt is going to be recessed, so you're not going to notice it. So we need to take everything that's not this. Delete. 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 We need to file. We need to save this. We need to export this as an STL. Jaw prep STL. There we go. I don't know what the other one was there, but export STL. What was the other one? Spikehead 4. Okay, that was just a test. I can get rid of that one. So that's that. And then we can kick open. Spikehead 4 needs to get deleted. That one needs to get opened. This needs to get sliced. Preview. Interesting. Hardly any supports on that. Hardly any supports on this whole thing. That is going to warp and collapse. That's not going to be good. Yeah, that's not going to work like that. It's not going to work like that. I guarantee it's not going to work like that. There's too much weight there. It'll fall in on itself. Alright, so this looks better. This looks a lot better, actually. I might actually be able to do this one laying down. Take this down. Yeah, that's... See, that's how it's supposed to look, Matt. All that blue until you see the red. The red is the actual body of it, right? So, all the blue is support. So that'll all break off. And once we get up into here and we start coming up, then you just see that the support is just filling in. So this one I can actually print laying down. I like that. I like it. I like it a lot. Save. Alright, so that one's prepped and ready to rock. Close that. I do need to go back into... Cool. So there we go. That one's prepped and ready to rock. We can then go back, open recent, SpikeCat 4, bada boom, bada bing. This one I'm going to have to modify. This one's ready, so we can hide that. The ears are going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll mess with the ears. I'll probably mess with that tomorrow as well. I'm kind of done for the day. I did everything that I wanted to, and it's already been 4 hours. So that ain't bad. That's pretty good progress for 4 hours. Got the print started, so that's running. Happy to see that. Really happy to see that, actually. So things are moving along. Essentially, once the oh yeah, bada boom, bada bing. Oh yeah, let's get her done, baby. Let's get her done. And also because it's it's you know what's today? Today is I wonder if I got any of that set up too. I should probably get some of that set up. I don't have it on this scene, do I? Probably not. I don't. Go over here, because now that it's, 10 o'clock at night.
The night time is the right time. 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 Hear that? The night time is the right time. The night time is the right time.
Hell yeah. It is dark mode now, buddy. That's where we are. But either which way, it's making progress, which is awesome. And I'm pretty much on track for what I wanted to be doing. Like I said, I got the printer running now, so that was today's goal. Today's goal was to get the face finished up, get it prepped, make sure everything was going to be good, make sure everything was going to be adequate. Found a lot of mistakes, spent a lot of time pushing and pulling little dots and getting the face pretty pretty good, as far as everything goes, as far as thicknesses goes, as far as flattening out the back end goes, as far as getting the holes drilled so then I can put bolts up in them. So I'm gonna have to put bolts up in them through the bottom here. So that's what the smaller hole is the bolt hole. The bigger hole is so I can feed the bolt through it, which is awesome. Good and ready. Got the holes drilled in the jaw for the jaw. I don't understand this. Why am I seeing a double on that wall? Why am I seeing a double on that wall? That's why. Yeah, that's got a problem. Oh, okay. Sure. Hopefully that didn't just completely bork my print. Oh, I certainly hope that didn't just fuck my print. I really hope that didn't just fuck my print. I don't think that's the problem, but it might have been. I wonder why that was so out of place. Weird. I mean, it shouldn't matter. It should still kind of hopefully fill in. I hope. I hope. We'll find out. I mean, there's an easy way of finding out. We just open up the other. Nah, it didn't. It didn't. Hey, no problem, Lightning. I'm glad you hung around, man. It's always good. I definitely appreciate it. That way I'm not just sitting here talking to myself. Not that it matters. I'd be sitting here talking to myself anyways. One of those things that crazy people do apparently. I don't know. You have to talk to the psychiatrist. They'll tell you all about it. But yeah, that's ready to rock. And then the ears. I'm thinking the ears. See, the ears are only like 5 millimeters thick. 6 millimeters thick. 6.5 millimeters thick on the ears so far. And realistically, what I can do is I can bolt it on here, but I can split this here. Well, I should be able to split this somewhere. It's not going to let me split it. Okay, it's letting me split here. Okay. So basically what I can do is I can take where the ears are now, which is actually going to be in here. I could take this whole outside edge, scale this all down. undo that. Get the face out of the way so I can see what the hell I'm working on. I don't want any of this, any of this, any of this. I don't want any of this. I can scale that down. A lot. Turn on the front. There's a front. We can take that and we can move that on the Y. Might not be able to move it on the Y. Not gonna let me. So yeah. Just move this back out. Move this back out. Realistically, I could build this to where it actually engulfs a lot of the head here. Because it's going to be bolted on. And it's going to be thick enough to be able to support the weight. This isn't going to weigh a whole lot. I think that's how I'll do it too. Which is going to take quite a bit. Hide that. But yeah, so those will move forward. And then up here on the top, I can make it thicker for like that is on that. So that's thicker there. So this will be thin, like these. And then up here it'll be thick. But this will be moved way up. Or even up just a little bit. Because I mean, that's deep. That is deep. Then when you start getting to the point where you can't undo, you just reload. Just reload the project and eat up all your RAM. Yeah, I think that'll be fun. And then the Mohawk, I'm not quite certain what I'm gonna do for the Mohawk. I mean, I could probably use like a chunk of like carpet. I could probably use like a chunk of carpet for the Mohawk. That would be pretty realistic. That'd be kind of cool. So once I get the head done, then I can piece everything together, and it'll start coming together a lot easier and a lot better, and it'll look a lot nicer, and that'll be cool. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at this point. I think at this point we probably shut it down just because done the done the things. Let's see who's on. Let's go see who's on that we can raid. Jaeger's on? Oh yeah, that's what we need. We need some Jaegers. What happened here? Did it break entirely? Or does that only work if it's full screened? Something like that. These stories is something else. Let's see who's on. Let's go harass Jaeger. I don't know what he's doing. But we're gonna go and harass him because we got 5.5 days left on this, so I ready to go. Oh, he doesn't allow us to raid. What a bitch. He got knock on? He's got knock on. Yeah, we're not doing all that. Mm, yeah, fuck it. We'll just shut it off. Alrighty, y'all. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. It was fun. I'll send you off to the end scene, and I'm gonna find some food. We're gonna wait on the print. Depending on how things go, I might post in a couple of the discords. I don't have my own discord set up yet. They're just a pain to manage and maintain and blah blah. So I'm not dealing with that. So alrighty, y'all. We'll see you in the next one.
My name's Jalopy Jones. Let me show you what I know. Got the holes in my clothes and the rhymes no one knows. Playing games, building bots, fixing cars, smoking pot, giving all that I got. And I'm rising to the top. On Twitch is where I stream, and I'm doing all the things, shooting pool, clowning fools, and I'm bending all the rules. Make a place that's my own while I'm sitting on my throne, poking fun, having laughs with the people in my chat.